p-value of 0.2, and I was like, oh, that can't be good, but that's what they went with.
Yeah, sure. And it's reasonable. It depends on what you're doing, what the objective of the study is. If the objective is to find leads or potential opportunities, just exploring, then 0.2 is probably, if I were sitting at a roulette table in Vegas and I was told that probability of me making a mistake was only 0.2, I would take it. And I would bet on it, because normally the probability of me making a mistake at a roulette table in Vegas is around 0.51.
Mm-hmm.
So if I can get down to 0.2, man, I'm betting on that. But that's at a different phase than a phase where you're, say, we're going to do a clinical trial and side effects could kill somebody.
Yeah,
that's a completely different field. In that case, you really don't want to make a mistake. So now you really want that p-value to be down around 0.0001.
Yeah, I had that experience too. A lifetime ago, I worked for a medical device company in different cities, and one of the engineers was, everybody had to sign off on pacemaker design.
Yeah.
And the one engineer was holding out, and everybody else was on it, and they convinced him to sign off on it. It turned out there was a small error, and somebody died from it, and that followed him around in his, he wasn't blamed for it, but that followed him around the rest of his career in his mind.
Yeah,
so,
sure.
Yeah.
So anyway, go take a look at Nature magazine online, and hopefully, at the very least, it's been picked up by popular journalists, the New York Times and various other places that have made a big deal out of this, that the scientific community is in an uproar. Not really. We're just trying to bring some reality back. Instead of letting a statistic make our decisions for us, let's just get back and be human beings and make decisions on our own.
Not to diverge from the conversation, but I do have a question.
Yeah, that's good.
This was mentioned on the discussion board, and it said that you guys talked about it on ours Tuesday, but I just wanted to confirm. For Alien 14, we're saying how much seed you need. Are you letting us decide what plot size we're going to use? Because that would change how much seed.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, in corn plots, there's typically 100 to 100. If you want 30,000 kernels per acre, a two-row plot, you can put like 110 seed.
Because I was looking up for popcorn just because I was curious, and I saw it's usually planted. I found an article. It's from 1989, so it might be a little outdated, but it's 5 to 25% over what you would usually plant in tent corn.
Yeah.
And then so that basically put me around like 42,000 plants an acre. Yeah. And then I got exactly a two-row, 11-foot plot would match the 6,600 seeds that Emily posted that we would need for each individual line.
Oh, good.
So I guess what I was thinking is
that's per individual plant. Oh, these aren't lines.
Per individual plant, yeah.
That's right. Yeah, to represent, you need 6,600 seeds per
male.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So we could go from that reasoning, I guess, and say we need less if we would want to use a shorter row.
Sure.
Okay. Just making sure there wasn't some preset like row length and population that we were supposed to be using.
State your assumptions and go. They have to be reasonable assumptions.
Right. I'm going to plant one seed.
That's right.
So nice.
Sure. Any other questions?
One thing, no,
Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
when we were doing our data analysis on Tuesday, we noticed that it kind of looks like, and it's kind of weird to interpret because it's like based on the cooperators, there's the 10 sites, and 4 of them kind of were clustered together and had a very similar mean yield, and then 5 through 10 had a very similar mean yield. So we were wondering if we should look at those separately, or maybe just like drop 4 of those sites and only look at the high yielding ones, if that would be helpful in any way.
Well, the question is that what you want to know about is the genotypic variance.
Yes.
And so you have to do, in some sense of the term, allocate your total variability off to the different sites or types of sites. You could do it. You could cluster them and say, well, you're going to type A or type B if you want, or you could say, I'm just going to keep them all. Each 10 of them different. Those are all options that are available to you.
Okay. That was the comments.
You just want to make sure you get a good estimate of your genotypic variance.
Yeah, it was like the part of question 3 where it says to use your for data that's high quality. So we weren't sure what parameter was going to decide what's high quality data.
Yeah.
And all we have is yields.
Yeah, you again, that's up to you to make that decision. If you say, I don't trust certain sites because whatever reason, so I include them as I try to come up with an estimate of the genotypic variability.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we could use the argument as well that we want to produce a hybrid or a line that's going to work well across all environments.
Well, yeah, but that's not. They certainly want to do that eventually, but right now you're mainly interested in the issue of are you going to negotiate with this Guatemalan government for something that may or may not add useful genotypic variability to your breeding program. Yeah, eventually you're going to, if you decide you're going to bring that in, you do want to develop a line that will do well across whatever your growing region is. Yeah. But that's not really what this question is about. Okay, hopefully that takes care of it for today. Unless somebody else has got something that has a question maybe on ALA 15. There are people here giving creative components this week. You remember, Jacques, have you ever encountered Dustin North?
No. He's doing his this week, is that correct?
Yeah, tomorrow. So.
Okay. No, I haven't run across Dustin that I know of.
Yeah. And you'll be here next week?
So I will be there next Wednesday morning, yep.
Okay. Very good. Well, I'm going to go ahead and leave the meeting then. Leave you all to solve what you need to solve.
Good luck to us.
Yeah, right.
Thank you.
Bye. Yep, thank you. All right.
Oh.
Well, I'm gonna go take some medicine.
Feel better.
Yeah, feel better, man. Good luck.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Now what?
Yeah. So, do we all feel good about what we have for question 2? I
don't even know if I have an
model
answer.
that.
So what did everyone end up with for their ANOVA model?
Oh, I gotta jump in.
So I had. So go ahead.
Yield by sample plus cooperator plus field nested cooperator.
So you took out sample by field.
Yeah.
And you guys had that in the discussion too when you were going over things yesterday, didn't you?
In the discussion board.
Oh, and you just said that you would go with the model that you used yesterday, which is the same as Schnock's, except you took out sample by cooperator.
Yeah, I had that originally, but it wasn't significant.
All right, I'm back.
Okay, yeah, mine had just sample field cooperator and then sample by field. That's what I had.
Do we feel comfortable with that after his discussion with us?
Yeah, I still have like the oh. So you took out field as well?
Me.
Yeah, so like I have sample, field, cooperator, sample by field, sample by cooperator, and sample by cooperator was the only thing that wasn't significant.
No, sorry, I had field in there, yeah.
Okay. Cool.
All right, I'm back, sort of. So what model did you guys decide to use? I heard a little bit of it.
Well, I think I'm going with something different because I'm doing what we talked about in the discussion board, which sample cooperator and field nested by cooperator or into whatever.
Okay, do I have that set up right for the field nested within the field and region? I thought I did when I looked it up. But
It looked like it.
okay. Just one of those things for coding I wasn't 100% sure of. I thought you put the one item that's nested after the colon.
So, I thought it was.
I mean, that's what I saw with our other.
Oh, yeah.
But when the ANOVA comes out, I'm not 100% sure if that's right. It does have a different set of degrees of freedom, but it's similar to the sample by cooperator, which is just multiplying them.
And the reason you wanted to get rid of the sample by cooperator is just because it's not significant? Is that it?
Yeah, that's why I dropped it. It's not significant. Doesn't matter in the model.
Okay. I just want to make sure that cooperator : field is actually saying that the field is nested within the cooperator. That's all I wanted to double check.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yay, I did something right.
You do lots of things right.
I'm sorry to, yeah, I know. I'm sorry if I sound like that. My brain really has checked out because I worked pretty hard to get that stupid presentation done today so I can have it reviewed.
I do not doubt it.
And that puts me at a disadvantage for all of you because I'm not thinking straight.
That's okay.
Well, just pointing it out. Full disclosure.
All right, so are you ready to move on to question 3?
Well, let me ask you this. What kind of observations did you get, or do you feel that you got? For 2? Because, I mean, I've got the let me open this up here. I've got the screenshots of the histogram and the box plot and the ANOVA, but what kind of brief report on the data quality are you guys seeing with this? Because I'm kind of lost. That's kind of what I was fishing for when talking with them is it all kind of looks the same compared to our 2. How would I put it? Let me go through this piece by piece. For the histogram, I put in a AB line for the average of the two testers, or the two. Let me say this right. The 2 current best hybrids. The average of the 2 current best hybrids is an AB line in the histogram. So there seems to be a lot of potential within everything to go higher than that. But then when you do the box plot of the yield by line, everything has variability, including the 2 best hybrids. So if the 2 best hybrids have a lot of variability, and there's a lot of variability, especially towards the lower end rather than the higher end, nothing really does better than the 2 best hybrids. I'm kind of at a loss.
About why everything has variability?
Well, everything has similar variability as far as yield goes. Or in other words, all these test crosses that we've done between our test line and these 103 seeds or 103 plants we've grown out, there doesn't seem to be anything more added in the terms of yield when compared to those 2 best lines. But I might be thinking too narrowly, and that's why I'm asking you guys about that. That's just looking at a box plot. And I've got to redo my ANOVA without the sample by cooperator, so I'm going to run that right now. Let you guys discuss.
Oops. Ooh, hot, fresh vanilla.
Wow, I seem to have broken RStudio on my computer. This is fun.
Seems to be how it goes sometimes, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, it's like stuck. It won't even quit.
Oh no. It's not helpful.
Well, you know, I figured Cassandra's had some problems. She'd like to hear that even on this computer. I'm going to have to hard kill it.
It is reassuring to hear that I'm not the only one that can't make it work, although at the beginning I think a lot of my problems were just me not understanding how the program worked.
Oh, I screwed up. No wonder. I can see why it's not happening. Ooh, that's bad. I think it's trying to figure out how to send people to the moon. No, I did. I made a mistake, and I have it doing sample by cooperate or nested field.
Oh.
It's not happy.
Yeah. It's a little too much for it to handle.
Oh yeah. I've got to basically hard quit, otherwise it just sits there and runs and runs and runs and eats up more and more computing capability of this computer. Oops. Be careful of that.
Okay.
Okay, just double checking this again now that I've rewritten the code. Sample, yield by sample, plus cooperator by field, or nested, or field nested within cooperator. Is that right?
Yeah. What do you have for your total residual value?
Okay. I haven't run it yet.
Okay.
I had to rewrite the.
Yes, no, that's
Hey,
what I have.
look at that. It liked it. Okay, so my residual for which one?
Your total residuals. Just check a couple numbers with you.
Here, I'll just share it here.
That works.
Trying to figure. So there you go.
Looks like what I have.
Let's see what happens when I do this. Hey, the nesting structure was detected. How about your values for your... See, here's what gets me. The LS means are different, but the standard error is the same for everything. Did you guys all get that too? Now, all the other degrees of freedom I expect to be the same, I should add, but the standard error of 1.91 for everything, I don't know, maybe I'm just, like I said, I'm tired.
I need to rerun mine. Mine had something else. But I had used my old equation also. Just a second. Okay, yeah, now mine looks like that.
All right.
After update.
Are we all happy with that?
So, one sec.
You redid your ANOVA?
I had still had field in mine last time. Or like the field by sample or whatever it was.
Okay.
Sample by cooperator, whatever, when I removed.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, and then it just changes your like residuals by like 2.
Yep.
It checked out for a little bit, but then I was like, oh god, I missed something important. But I did not. I did order supper though.
It's good planning.
Yeah, because I'm thinking, ooh,
did you not do the factor thing?
okay. I forget what that one was.
Here, I'll just share with you.
Deep back into our code banks.
Yeah. Here, why don't I just copy? Yeah. You'll have to change it for
My file.
how you.
Thank you.
I can just name my DS5 because I don't care. Because all my code is written for DS5, so it's easy enough to just do that.
Nice to keep it simple.
So, should we attempt 3 again, or?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go.
Good to move on.
So, for the data that are of high quality, I guess that's part 1. What is our high quality data? He didn't seem to have strong feelings about that.
Yeah, that's the one that I was really hoping he'd help us with.
Yeah, I tried a couple things or to like get him to bite and say more, but he's just like, no. So like, I don't know how we determine that. I guess as long as, like, it doesn't really matter how we do it, I guess as long as we just, like, have a justification. That seems like the biggest thing.
Yeah.
So, like, is there a way to remove outliers? Or justify what might be an outlier? Because, like, we discussed yesterday, or the other yesterday, Tuesday, the lines with exceptionally low or high LS mean values. The only other thing I could think of would be to, like, and it sounds awful, would be like to look at each sample being basically a line, kind of, and looking at the variance in those and possibly removing points. So, because it was like planted 60 different places.
Yeah.
Or just dropping lines or dropping sites based on, like, the high and low yielding environments. Or we could compare them in two subsets.
Yeah, he kept hinting that what we want to do is just find the genetic variability.
Yeah.
How do we find the genetic variability in this?
I don't know how to just do that from yield data. Like, I feel like we're missing the stuff in the middle, but we're not, obviously, because he gave us this.
Okay, let's see.
Sorry, I keep talking.
Our notes talk about the heritability estimate, but I don't know.
Yeah, but we're looking for the genetic variability. I got that in my notes specifically. That we're looking for the genotypic variability. That's what he said.
Yeah, so I'm on, like, page 2 of that document, and I feel like maybe that's kind of where we need to start digging in, where it's like, okay, so differences in genotype, or genotypic differences are due to the genotype, then what proportion of the genotype is inherited? Using our models, we can show that the phenotypic variance is equal to the sum of the variance of the components, assuming that G E and G by E are independent.
So that note from class lecture you said?
This is the variance, covariance, and heritability notes, page 1 and 2.
Okay.
Yeah, basically page 2. Yeah. And it's just, yeah, like going back to that really square one calculation where it's like phenotype equals genetics plus environment plus G by E plus error.
Yeah.
All right, so how do we estimate the phenotypic variance? Because that yield can give us phenotypic variance. And if we have that, we can start working our way back, I think.
Yeah, if you have one, then you can do the algebra to extract the other.
I think so. So how do we, we've got our yield, our phenotypic variance is...
So on page 2, I'm reading where it says, like, there's covariance amongst the repeated evaluations. So it's like the covariance of genotype by the repeated measurements of the phenotype. And that's going to equal the variance of the genotype.
Okay, I just went through and just did a var.s on all of the LS means except for 104 and 105 and got a number. So that should be the phenotypic variance.
Based on the LS means?
Yeah. Whether that's correct or not, we can all debate, but that's what I did. Now, if we want to do that on yield and cooperator, but then you have to... We could do it without, well, that's where it gets weird is what I'm saying. How do we, if we use the raw data, how do we figure it out? If we use the LS means, we can get a number.
Yeah, like what did you get? I got 19.
Yep, 19.004. That's the variability amongst the LS means for all of the lines except for, but that gives us phenotypic variability, sort of.
Yeah, and then I think we would possibly want to get the variance not for the entire, like there would be 105 different values.
103 because the last
103 when you take out the hybrids.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, if you just do a var S of all of the yield values, it doesn't really mean anything.
That's what I was thinking, but that's across all environments and all replications and all that fun stuff, rather than taking anything out like you were discussing earlier. But this is, I don't know, how do we figure the, okay, so we've got the phenotypic variance, what do we do with that?
I'm just to see what happens if you do the variability of the, doesn't really mean anything. So the variability of the entire population we're assessing is 630.
Yeah, I tried that too.
So what does that mean?
Highly variable.
Sorry, what was that you just got?
630 for every single sample assessed, excluding the hybrids for comparison.
Now, as a foil to that, the variability within the two best lines is 673.
673.
That's for 104 and 105 amongst the yield. And I want to know, how the heck does that work? Because there's, that's the VAR-S.
So that's the variance. I'm just quickly revisiting the definition because I feel rusty.
So, do you think maybe we need to go through and for each line find the variance in Excel, or for each sample number? Take a while though.
That would take a while. I was debating that because that's what I was looking at, where we figured out all that variance stuff, like way back in exam 1 in the early ALAs.
Mm-hmm. Got to do like variance by sample.
Yeah, but we have to run like all 105 individually for that, right? Is that how we did it before?
Yeah.
Because that's, we got like the cultivar and the residual numbers directly from ANOVA.
Yep.
I feel like that seems like more than we need to do here.
I kind of agree. The other thing is if you run the variation on the LS means for the two best lines, it's 0.5. The variation on all the other lines is 19.004, which means there's more variability within it, but everything I'm seeing is variability to the low end, not to the high end. For yield. That's the weird thing about this, is that we're only taking one thing into account. Does it yield better? To be honest with you, I'd be seriously surprised if crossing with a landrace gave you some sort of huge yield boost. So, anyway.
Well, and I feel like coming from a landrace that was open pollinated, there's going to be variability within it.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
it's just, is there additive variability is what it is.
Yeah.
Well, I did appreciate his comment in the lecture. You guys haven't seen it yet, where he said that he has two sets of notes. One set of notes is what he gives us, and the other set of notes has a lot more information, but he wants us to kind of mull it over and run it through our heads and stuff. And I'm like, that figures. Only giving us some of the information to get us thinking. I understand, and I appreciate that, but for crying out loud.
pretty much.
Alright, I gotta check out for a little while and eat supper. I'll be back.
Okay. No new hot takes on the discussion board, so. So is it maybe a calculation like on page 3 where it's like the variance of yield equals the variance of the genotype plus error? Because we have error, we have genotypic variance, we have yield variance. Or no, we don't have genotypic variance, but we could figure it out. Not letting me copy and paste the equation because he has them all in like little image boxes.
Oh yeah, I've tried that a couple times. I hate that.
It's annoying when you want to extract them. Yes, but I can put it in my Word document. I wonder, no, it's still a picture though. So I posted on the discussion board what's making sense in my head right now, using through the class notes.
Okay, I'll check it out.
So is that environment or residual variance?
I think it's yield equals genotypic variance plus error.
Oh,
Well, yeah, I guess.
yeah, I don't know why.
I always say error because there's the little e, but it is just the residual, which is the difference we can't account for.
What page is that on?
Page 3, and then after that it goes on to give another equation, which is the broad-sense heritability equation.
Oh, okay. That looks like that might work.
Yeah, because like we have the information to do it quite simply. And then, yeah, we're getting the genotypic variants that you kept on referring to and then using it to get heritability. And it talks about how broad sense heritability is preferable in breeding to the narrow sense, even though narrow is way nicer to calculate, but that's not what it's all about.
Yeah.
But then it still leads to question what we want to count as high quality data. Or maybe that's just like something I'm getting hung up on that doesn't really matter.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing would just be if you really think you should throw anything out. Because otherwise, I mean, it's not like, I feel like he doesn't want us to focus as much on, like, the interaction between the different locations, since we're really just looking for the additive effect. So, I mean, if something really is poor, unless it only looks poor at, like, one location and really seems out of place, you probably don't need to throw out too much. I don't know.
Well, and we did those LS mean values, so, like, it's a pretty, from, like, 102 to 120.
Yeah, it's not that bad.
No.
And yeah, like the really low stuff, like 102, 103, there's 8 entries. What's the mean? No, that won't do anything, will it? The mode would be the most common number. It's not like that. I think it's here.
Yeah, so I think, I mean, on an entry-level basis, I feel like everything's pretty within reason, really, because, I mean, if you look at the upper and the lower limit on everything, everything's between 7 and 8, like, from the high to the low. So, I mean, I don't think there's anything that really seems like it had a lot more variation than any other entry.
Yeah, well, I think, and the other, or the reason why there is any variation is just because of those first 4 years weren't as high unit as the rest, so.
Yeah, exactly.
But then if you look at those, they do have some outliers, but we probably don't need to look at it on a cooperator basis.
Yeah, I feel like that's getting more into it. Like, if you were really making a decision on what you want to advance, like the line and not just the population as a whole, yeah. Yeah, I feel like I might just leave it as is. I might go back later and look through it a little more, but, I mean, for what...
I'm down with just leaving the data the way it is, and if it starts to look crazy later, revisiting it and maybe dropping lines.
Yep, I'm good with that.
Yeah, but I see nothing wrong with just looking at it as a whole data set.
Yeah. And then, like, if stuff were to be dropped, it's like, would you drop the whole sample, or would you just drop the low-yielding entries?
Yeah.
That seems too complicated.
Okay, so then how would we move forward? So, you had the equation posted to find the variance. So for broad sense heritability, is that equation just like H equals the genotypic variance divided by the phenotypic variance, right?
The one that she posted?
The one I posted is just to get the genotypic variance to start with.
Yeah. Or sorry, yeah, I was moving on to the broad sense. So for the genotypic variance, do you do that line by line, pretty much?
I thought we were supposed to.
Yeah.
Is that supposed to be residual or is that supposed to be error? Does it say anything?
I think they're interchangeable, kind of.
So how do we do this for each line?
It seems too complicated to have to do all of these, but I just keep going back to how we did it, like finding the genotypic variance previously, running each ANOVA. But we did that for site, didn't we not? Necessarily each line.
Yeah. We did that when we were looking at dropping sites.
Yeah, so it should be different than that.
Well, so then, yeah, so we're doing it on an entry made basis when we're trying to get the heritability. So then we would want the variance for each sample. So maybe we would have to go through and get that one at a time and then use that to fill out the equation.
But each sample is just like the progeny of a seed from a bulk seed lot.
Yeah.
They're not really different lines.
Yeah, because pretty much we're assuming like everything for one is from the same male donor. It was just carried to the same elite line, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they're all half sibs, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. So we'd have to basically have it 103 different times, not each line of the file.
Can you get drag and drop to work in that instance?
I think you possibly could. Let me try.
So, I mean, are you pretty much just trying to do, like, the var S by line from the yield, or?
That's what I was thinking. Do that, and then use that.
So, I just pulled that in, like, into a pivot table to try that. And then you just change your value to var.
I forgot about pivot tables.
Yeah. Just ended up with like everything's like 400, 500, 600, which I don't know if that seemed right because that seems high.
Well,
that just seems to be what the values for the genotype are, because it's just like the spread. It was a big number.
oh, here we go. You can, in the values section, when you do your pivot table, you can select variance of the yield, and then it'll show that for each sample number.
Yeah, so did you get like, for one, is it like 591?
Yeah,
Okay, yeah, that's what I got. I wasn't sure if that seemed like ridiculously high.
it does.
Yeah, because I mean, we're working with yields in around 100 or below, right? Or 120 below, and so on.
Yeah.
So were there outliers in there making it wonky then?
Well, they're all really high, so
Yeah.
maybe it's. This is weird.
Yeah.
So if we have the phenotypic variance, where's that?
Because is that what you calculated from your LS means?
The phenotypic variance?
Yeah. Or are you using it just off your yield?
That's what I was wondering. Would we do that and then try to find the inverse equation? So then would the other part of it be the error?
I think so, and I think we would just take that from our ANOVA. So would we take like the residual mean square, which is 203?
So you think that we would just subtract that from each of the variances for each of the samples?
Maybe?
Wait, sorry, did you say 203?
That's what I have.
And that's from your ANOVA?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I have 220. Not that it's that far off, but
Yeah, I have 220 as well.
Okay, I have something different going on then.
then mine just has sample, cooperator by field, and then residuals.
I have sample and field as variables.
Okay, I don't have field as its own.
It was in there and it was significant, so I left it. And it reduced the residuals, so
Yeah.
that was the difference between what you guys were getting without it and what I was getting with it.
Yep, that'd be it.
good contributor.
So you think we could also find the variance or the cooperators of the fields to get an environmental variance? And then subtract that from the phenotypic variance to get the genotypic variance? Not sure how that worked though.
Yeah, like I see the train of thought where it's like genotype is G by E.
So I was thinking when we did like sample by cooperator, that would have been our G by E, and it wasn't significant, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. Maybe we can do this in R. Market out, market base.
I just shared the link of the article I'm reading right now.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm back. What's going?
Okay, so we were still working on 3. So I was just re-watching Friday's lecture, and I just screenshotted this from when he was going over like the variance and the covariance.
Mm-hmm.
And so this, I mean, it has heritability on a line mean basis right here.
Yep.
He calculated just the genotypic variance. He did it in Excel and then in R, and both of them came out to the same pretty much. So
you were running along the same lines. I'm actually doing a few things right now too, but we have to change our ANOVA to get rid of those 2 best lines.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm running that in R right now. I'm not sure where to go after that, but
okay.
At least we're thinking.
Well, yeah, otherwise I was thinking it just seems like, okay, if we just divide, if this is our genotypic variance that we calculated here, same thing as R, divide that by your phenotypic variance, that's your heritability right there.
Mm-hmm.
And then, so he multiplied that value by 2. I'm trying to figure out if that's the additive or what. But that's where I'm at right now. I'm still trying to take it a step further. But I feel like it seems pretty more on the simple side, and not that we have to figure anything out line by line.
I think you're on the right track. I don't think he wants us to do a lot of. Excuse me. I'm just not getting that feeling from him for this.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, when you run the ANOVA on the lines without the 2, oh boy, the background here. When you run it, it's a little bit different. Yeah.
Are you just worried about taking out the 2?
Yeah, I just took out the 2 best lines, and you see the values change just a little bit. So, just letting you know.
Okay.
think this all lies with using method of moments to figure out what our values and then going from there to calculate our information. What do you guys think?
Yeah, no, I think that's right.
Yeah, that doesn't sound wrong. I hadn't considered methods of moments yet.
Because we have balanced data. So we have that nice... Oh, hey, Cassandra's camera's on. There we go. We can look at your forehead. Ah, no fair. I think I just scared Cassandra off.
I'm here. I'm trying to keep my microphone off because I'm coughing so much, but then I accidentally hit the wrong one. I'm fine. I'm still here.
So for your ANOVA, if your mean square for the residual is at 218 after taking out the 104 and 105 samples?
Yes.
Okay.
I did not do that yet.
So how much did that change?
Yeah, like, was it worth taking out?
Let me compare.
I guess how much did the residual change?
It just dropped 2 for the mean square, but the residuals, 1312042. It's really not that much of a difference.
I might just leave mine as is then.
Yeah.
Looked up and saw I don't know the first thing or anybody. It's just us, isn't it? So, in the first year, you select Normal has one 14 That's not where they're going and they work with for a period of time cross training on the things that they do. So that's not that's the only experience. That's right, breaking down silence, collaborating with the team. Yeah, that's right. It is part of that, yes. Yeah. And after I mentioned that tomorrow's meeting, I'm going to say, I was going to ask if I could catch up with you. So the fact that you're getting the information from those levels. So, confidential. The one thing that you need to know is that
all right, I'm working on this. All we use, I can't remember it off the top of my head, sorry. All we use are our mean squares to figure out our values, right? Through the method of moments.
Pretty much. I'm trying to find the spreadsheets that have that stuff right now.
Yes.
Okay.
It's planned to start on Monday, April 15th. And it will go through May 27th.
And while we're on a pause, Emily, my plan is to go to the office hours tomorrow night for 5:23 and see if Dr. Luberstedt has anything else to say about it, and then work on that homework tomorrow night. So if you want to jump on that Zoom instead of this one and work on it, I think we can crack that out tomorrow night. At least I'm going to try to.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking.
Okay, so I'll see you at office hours tomorrow night for that too.
Okay.
I'm going to crack on this now.
Did you
What?
did you watch today's lecture?
No, I have not watched today's lecture yet.
Because Enrique, whatever, he came back and kind of went over stuff again, but I think the email's probably more useful.
Yeah, I read through both the tassel and the other handbook, and they do give a lot of information in there. So that I think that's why I'm confident we can get through it.
Okay.
And I said that I think that we would be fine with that. And then we 6-5. What's that? Is it 5 that you did it? Oh yeah, that's yeah. Well, we're gonna miss it. It sucks because we really depend on you on the screen. I was thinking when we choose that one, how are we going to do that? What I understand is just good communication, collaboration, but if it's good for you, yeah, I think it will be, and we'll Halford will be back. He'll be back on Monday, and don't tell him that the person coming to with us from April 15th, she went to and I don't know how she can learn something from Alfred and Jerry a little bit. And to be honest, I'm basically going to open up that text message and scroll through the communications that you've had about the shakeouts and say, this is the kind of thing we're looking for. Yeah. So that's, gosh, that is in 11 days. yeah. But late season's a smaller team. All right. Sounds.
Oh, I guess Tiffany's off, huh? I just figured out, yeah, you can do the nesting, sort of, with LS means. If you look here, I got my code for my nested, and then you just create a data set of that, run your ANOVA, and then you do an LS means by sample on it. That worked. That makes sense?
Yeah, I'm not sure why it needs to be done, but
I'm just lazy. I don't know. Oh, and I did mine by sample, not by yield. Did you guys do your LS means by sample or by yield?
I did it by sample.
Okay.
sample as well. I have to go back and look.
Okay.
I responded to what Tiffany. Are you talking about what Tiffany asked?
Yes, I did. Yes, I am. Yeah, I see that. You responded.
Oh, okay.
But you have on there that you took out the cooperator by field, but I was able to get that with cooperator, or field nested in cooperator. Did you see that, Emily?
Yeah, I just heard the last part of that.
Here, I'll show you again. Here's what I ran. LM yield by sample cooperator and field nested in cooperator, and it worked. Do we have the same values?
When I did it, it showed the note thing. At first I thought it was an error, and I was in a hurry.
Yeah, I get the note thing. A nesting feature was detected in the fitted model. Yep.
I mean, it's still showing the same.
Now this is a little bit different because I took out the 2 Tesla lines.
I think it's still the same.
Could be. Anyway. So anybody having any luck on figuring out the calculations? I'm going to go back.
So, I guess I was looking at ALA 3 was one that we had done method of moments on it.
Yep.
And so there were 2 different ones. We calculated it based on like the genotype and the genotype by environment variance.
Yep.
Which, in this situation, we said we don't have any G by E, right?
That's what I thought we said, yep.
Yep. So then the other one I was looking at is we were able to get line by line when we ran the mix model. But
I'm looking.
We don't need a mixed model for this if it's balanced.
Right. We don't. All right, so I wish I could remember how to do this. Okay, here we go. I've got something. Let me take a look. So, the residual is the mean square of the residual. That's our sigma, the little O with the tail on it, 2 squared. Here, I will just share it with you all, because this is what Boris gave us, if you remember that.
Yes. Boris was my savior on that assignment.
Yep, so here's the residuals. G is line minus line by environment. And then we have to know I can't remember all the components, but that's what that's what saved us.
Mm-hmm.
So, if that helps anybody.
That was ALA 3, right?
Yep, ALA 3. Well, the G is just the am I reading that right? No, I can't be reading that. Okay, yeah, that was blocks and environments. That's right. That's what the 2 and the 10 are. Blocks and environments. So we have replication. So it's 6 and 10 is what that would do for us.
So do we have to, am I talking to myself? No, I'm not. We have to rerun stuff into smaller units so that we have, like, block as a variable?
I have no answer for you.
Yeah, I don't know how to make this fit into method of means.
I'm working on it.
Okay, sorry.
No.
I want answers now, Jacques, and I can't.
Yeah. I've got to reorganize this so that it has line minus field cooperator. Okay.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go turn on the kettle so tea and sound less wheezy.
Okay, let me walk somebody through this. Here's what I have. It's a little screwy because this is what I took out of ALA 3, and I think this was right. This right here. I think that was right. And so if you look at the genotype, what we have in here is the number of lines, the mean square from the number of lines.
Phenotype.
Yep. Minus the environment by line, which was calculated.
Which would be the G by E.
Yeah, and so that's kind of the question mark that I have with that, so we don't have any of that, and then the minus the residuals, and then it's the number of reps and the number of environments right here. Okay? So what I did was the line minus the rep within the region, the field within the cooperator. Now that, I don't know if that's G by E or not, or what that counts as. It's got to fit somewhere in the model. And then minus the residuals, and then there are 6 fields and 10 cooperators. And that gives us a negative number, which means that our genotypic variance from the land race is actually a negative. How does that grab you?
That makes me uncomfortable.
Well, I hate to say it, but that's kind of how I'm feeling this is going. I could be wrong. Don't get me wrong. But
The negative number is all that makes me nervous.
Well, it's negative, meaning it's not contributing. It's not actually a bonus. And remember, we've taken a look at some other stuff, and I said none of the test crosses with the land race exceed the mean of the 2 best lines.
Yeah, like I'm definitely not sold on buying this bag of seed from the Guadalupe.
Right. Yeah, well, what I'm saying is that, out of 1,169, the sample, the mean square, it contributes a minus 4.5. I don't think that's quite how to properly interpret it. But what I'm saying is as a negative number, I'm saying it's not as good as our 2 best lines.
And you're using data that does not include the 2 best lines, correct?
Correct. And I'm gonna pull out, I ran the 2 best lines up on their own. I'm gonna check and see how they come out in the same calculations. This is just the best starting point I got. Best I can tell you is, maybe this, like on Saturday, Michelle, maybe this will inspire somebody to go, oh, you're totally full of it, but here's the right answer.
Yeah. That's part of the process.
I'll take it.
Who's really handed in one of these assignments on a Thursday?
I would love to. One time, if anything. Yeah, I know
It's too
somebody.
late for me.
Oh, yeah.
Now, if I'm wrong and that field in cooperator, the rep in the region shouldn't be in there because of method of moments, then please feel free to tell me. And I would remove it, but I was just thinking that that would be included. That's all. What? Yeah, I don't think that's quite right. Because when I do that with just the 2 lines, I get a minus 10.87. So maybe I'll just not have the field by cooperator in there. See where that takes it.
Yeah, I feel like the field by cooperator is more like it's looking at kind of that rep within the environment effect, right? And not really the genotypic.
Sure. That's
Because
fine.
then it's not really G by E, because that was the sample by cooperator, and we said that wasn't significant.
Yep.
Because if we had sample by cooperator significant, that's where we'd factor that in. But I think rep by
Here are my answers. This up here, that's the test lines. This right here are the best lines. So the best lines give you a negative number. And that may be because they're kind of stagnant, but the G value for the land race then is 15, which means that and I guess maybe that makes more sense. It has more variability within it.
Yeah, but you're also, it's the difference between comparing the variability of 103.
103 to 2, right.
Yeah, which is like an oranges to apples scenario.
I don't know that. If you're saying it is, then I believe you.
Well, just like, I don't know, it's like such a simplistic, childish way to think about it, but like whenever you're doing statistics stuff, you always want to be comparing apples to apples. So
oh yeah, I agree.
You can't really compare them properly, so to compare the testers to those 103, like, is kind of a flawed comparison because the variation is just it's not comparable.
Well, that's where I'm at.
Yeah, but other than that, like, I like the way you're thinking. This was worth postponing my trip to the kettle in my kitchen. Sounds like maybe it's a cool place to go. It's not.
Well, we're still stuck on number 3 of ALA 14, right? How do you estimate heritability on an entry mean basis? That sounds like you take an LS means and you do something with it per line.
Well, isn't that shown in that snippet that Michelle was showing earlier?
Yeah, so you just do like the genotypic variance divided by the.
So we haven't figured those two out, the GV and the PV to do that, right?
But I think they're just simple equations.
It sounds like it.
So I mean, I think. Do we actually have to do like both broad and narrow? I don't remember what the questions were.
Does this estimate provide broad or narrow heritability?
Okay.
And the answer, I was looking that up earlier.
It should be broad.
Broad sense is VG divided by VP.
Yeah.
That's broad sense. Narrow sense is the additive genetic variance. Yeah, and we're not figuring additive out. I don't believe. I haven't thought about it, so I don't know if we can. But anyways, that's what I'm thinking broad.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was thinking. So, I mean, you just calculated, like, the genotypic variance there, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, just need the phenotypic variance? Or did you know that already?
Yeah.
Can we figure out what the additive variance is or no from this data?
I feel like if the values aren't higher than what we're looking at, then we don't have additive, right?
Place confidence level intervals. That's the weird one. I remember Boris asking about that.
I had a hard time understanding what was going on when they were asking questions. Like, I couldn't hear clearly what they were all saying.
Yeah, it can be that way. I just turned the volume up really, really high.
Yeah, I had mine all the way up, but it was still like.
Yeah, I think that's a Iowa State problem sometimes with the equipment or whatever.
The audio is awful.
Yeah, it's
Sometimes it's not that bad. I don't know. I don't get
It
it.
sounds like they're talking in a tin can, and like every year when they send the survey, I'm like, it sounds awful. But it never changes. Anyway, all right.
I'm going to do one more here just because you guys love it so much.
I love your enthusiasm.
I know.
What keeps me coming back?
I'm totally tasting the sarcasm. You're not hiding it well.
No, I have trouble with tone. Like, you are genuinely enthusiastic about this
Oh
material.
God, I hope I don't come off that way because I sure don't feel it.
Well,
It's
like,
just a puzzle.
you're more enthusiastic than the rest of us.
yeah, like you're definitely more curious.
Okay, I'll take that one. I'm more curious, but that's what killed the cat.
What impresses the professors, though.
Oh God. If only that guaranteed a good grade and a passing job or passing grade in a job.
I think we'll all pass, and I think most of us have jobs. So we all win, right?
Yeah. Okay, so you guys were wondering about whether or not we should take out the test lines versus that. So here's the original. This is just the test crosses without those best lines in there. So it's 15.85 and 218. And then you come down here, and this is based on all 300 or 105 lines, and it jumps up to 16.72. So that's the difference that those two best lines add into the whole overall genotypic variability, if we're doing this right. That makes sense.
My values. Why is that different?
looking at his slide, or the snippet that Michelle showed, it looks like he just used the mean square of the residual as the genotypic variance.
What?
I mean, no, maybe I'm wrong.
From the ANOVA.
Yeah, because the mean square of the residuals from the ANOVA is 49.76. And he said it has variance of line equals variance of G, which equals 49.5.
Huh.
All right, looks like I'm gonna jump off rather than actually leaving right now, but I don't know when I'm gonna be back.
All right.
So, if nothing else, I'll see you tomorrow night, Emily.
Okay, so looking at that, so his value, when he did it in Excel, he did the covariance of block 1 in comparison to block 2 for that 49.5. So I think for what we're doing, since we just need to get the genotypic variance, I feel like what Jacques showed is still right. If we just find the genotypic variance, divide that by the phenotypic variance, that should give us the heritability for what we need. So if we get into the covariance, then we'd have to do the comparison. But I think for what we're doing for heritability calculation, I think it's still the same, because heritability calculation, broad sense, is still genotypic variance divided by phenotypic. Like, that is still correct. But I think where he was getting his numbers for that example were different than what we're doing, I think. So, I mean, I think all I'm going to do is I calculated my genotypic variance the same way as Jacques did, or my genotypic, yeah. And then for the phenotypic, if we just do the var S of everything, would that just give us our phenotypic variance for everything, divide the genotype by the phenotype, and then...
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, that's what I have right now.
Yeah. That's what I'm sticking with for that part.
Yep.
I mean, I tried it out with using what I thought maybe Beavis was doing, and I got 0.348, which doesn't seem a crazy number to get, but I'll try it Jacques' way as well.
Okay.
I cannot get an ANOVA to run the way that you guys have been running it, like based on what Jacques did. I cannot get.
Which part is it?
So there's one less item, field, and I can't get it out of there.
Wait, in R?
Yeah. Because, like, I'm running the linear model yield, sample by field, and cooperator. I still have field as a variable, or is it just not no? Yes, I don't know, just not reported here.
So you're able to get the line of code to look how you want, but when you run it, the ANOVA still includes field?
Yeah.
Interesting.
I don't know. Have you tried, like, just removing the file and redoing that part, or?
Yeah, so, like, here's what I have. Cooperator and fields. Cooperator is just, like, flip-flopped. And then I have sample by field where you have cooperator by field. But they're the same thing, aren't they? It was just if you renamed the headers.
I did not. Okay, so sample by field. Oh, so I don't have sample by field in there. I have cooperator by field.
Yeah, okay.
So I thought I had got sample by field to run also, but then I took it out because that would just be doing, like, all 6 fields, even though that'd be across the 10 regions. So, like, it would make sense that there would be significance within that.
Oh, okay, so now I have sample field cooperator. Now I can't see what I'm trying to do anymore.
Are you doing the... are you guys taking out the 2 hybrids, or you...
I left mine in.
I left them in too, as well. Yeah, because it didn't make that much of a difference.
Yeah, and I feel like if we're saying that we're going to leave the data alone, we might as well leave those in there.
Yeah, well, and it was like I was saying before that I didn't really see the value in comparing the 2 of them to the other 103.
Yeah.
Because there's just too much variation difference. In not useful way.
Bless you.
I'm just kind of hacking away. This is the part where I think I'm getting healthier, though, right? The cough is like the end. But the part that's like the most repulsive to other people. They're like, oh, they're lacking tables. Probably not. I gave it to y'all already, except for you guys, because you're safe. Ooh, so much residual in this thing.
I think I did find how we can do question 6 or 5. Kind of skipping a step, but
Okay. What'd you come to?
Anyway.
what?
I was
So, did you do the confidence interval like in Excel?
They have it in Bernardo's book, and 7.8 talks about it. But maybe it would be easier to do it himself.
probably way easier.
Because there is a confidence interval, and because I was looking that up, and you just have to set your significance value, your standard deviation, and then your sample population, I think, to calculate it.
Okay. But in that section, it does mention like a variance component that was estimated using mean squares. So I think using the mean squares, we're on the right track for question 3.
Where was
In 7.8 or section 7.8,
Bernardo?
yeah. So when you tried getting the genotypic variance the way that Shock was showing, did you get negative 3.3 for this when not including when including the 2 parents or 2 hybrids?
No.
I think
So I did the sample mean square minus the residual, and then divided that by 60.
Oh, okay.
Divided by 16?
60.
60. Oh, for the
6 times 10.
reps.
Yeah.
So So that's where you got 16.7. Is that what it?
Yes, that's what I have.
I got 1.7.
Do you have parentheses around the D3 minus D6?
Sure don't.
So then, are you just taking the?
Now I'm minus 100.
Oh. So I had 1223 minus 220 for my values before dividing by 60. What do you have?
I was doing the degrees of freedom, not the mean square.
Okay.
If I turn those O's into Q's, I think things will make more sense. Now I have 16.7.
That's what I get.
Because, yeah, we did things the same way. Me and Michelle have the same data set. We didn't take out the hybrids.
Yeah, I changed mine back to the old one.
Okay. So, and that is for our genotypic value.
Yeah. Right. But then then to get the heritability, if you take the phenotypic, which is variance, which is like 632, and divide that by the 16.7, the heritability is then 37.8.
Did you do genotype divided by phenotype or the reverse?
I did the reverse.
So I was thinking it was genotype divided by phenotype.
Or yeah, that's right. Oh, damn it.
So I had like 0.02.
Yeah, okay, so genotype is the 16.71.
Yeah.
And then phenotype is the variance of all of the yield.
Yeah, that's what I did anyway. So I had like 632.
Yeah, I have 630.19.
I have 632 as well.
So then I get a heritability value of 0.02.
Yeah.
You have 0.026?
Yes.
Okay.
0.0262526.
Oh, I've got 444.
I got that too.
Something in the rounding's not different. Close enough though.
I can live with it.
Yeah, but no, that's what I came to. So unless somebody says there's something different, that's kind of what I think I'm going to stick with for now.
I'm happy with this.
So then that would mean we're probably good through question 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, because now that we have these values, we have what we need to make a more meaningful interpretation of this data.
Yeah.
I'm going to move this value so I can have a cute little chart to put in my cute little chart.
So, and then for 5, I was debating. So can we just use like the confidence intervals we got from the LS means, or do we actually calculate something else?
I feel like maybe.
Because I went through and I did like a confidence interval also, like just doing the, I had found the standard deviation and then I did a confidence interval of like 0.05 and used, what did I do? And then, so you do confidence, I did confidence dot norm as the function, put in the 0.05 as the alpha, the standard deviation I had was like 25, and then the population is 6,300, and then got a confidence interval of 0.62, and then just added or subtracted that from the original means. But I mean, so it's different than what I got in the LS means, but not, I mean, it's actually more narrow than what I got from the LS means, but I mean, if we've already got because the upper and lower CL values are the confidence interval, aren't they?
Yeah. I
Yeah.
think so.
Thought so.
So, I mean, I was debating, can we just put that in?
I think so, because yeah, like he kind of like chuckled a little bit when I was like, "How do we calculate this?" He's like, "Really?" I'm gonna backpedal for 1 second. Did we calculate broad or narrow sense heritability?
So that would be broad, and I debated if there's any way that we would do additive.
Oh yeah, because it's only
Yeah, because the narrow is doing the additive variance divided by the phenotype.
that's right, and
Which-
we don't have that.
Yeah, I wasn't sure how to get the additive, like, because like the equations that I was looking at from the lesson, it seemed more like the allele focused.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we don't have any allele information. We just have phenotypes.
Yeah.
For better or for worse.
Because otherwise I was debating, like, okay, the way Jacques did it, could you get an additive value if you compared your population to your original parents? Like, it seems like it would make sense that you could achieve something like that, but it's more thinking than I have in me right now.
Yeah, those are like Saturday morning, or maybe right after work on Friday. I can find.
Yeah, I'll be doing this tomorrow. Saturday I've got stuff going on, so I probably won't be around.
Well, I'm in for the long haul Friday if people will be around, because I have no plans except for this class, but I do have a dinner to go to on Saturday, so I'm hoping to not be here all night. Or all day. Well, all day Saturday, but.
I'm back shortly. You guys figure anything out?
Sure did.
Excellent. What'd you guys figure out?
So we pretty much have the genotypic variance like you did it, and then for the phenotypic variance, just took the var-s of all the yields. So then heritability was just the genotypic value divided by the phenotypic.
Okay, you took the var-s of all the yields. Is that all the raw yields, or from the...
I did the raw.
Okay, how did you do that?
Just in Excel, the var-s function.
For each individual entry?
No, so I don't have it. I just have it in general right now. I don't know, did that need to be on an entry level?
No, well, what I'm asking is that did you go into all 6,000 entries and do the var-s on those?
Yeah, I just highlighted the whole range, yes.
You did and then you get the var-s from the whole range.
Yeah.
Rather than from the output from R.
Yeah.
With the sums, the average sum. Okay, so let me see if I can find my data folder.
I'm sure you can calculate it from the others also. I kept looking back at like ALA 3, and when we did those calculations at the bottom of the Excel, we had just done the var-s of the values.
Okay, so var-s of all of them? Or did you leave out the...
I have the two, like the 104, 105 one included in all of my data right now.
Okay. Did you guys decide if you liked that, or...
Including
because we did notice a difference, and I don't know if he's going to ding anybody for that stupidity or not.
It was seemed like a minor difference. So I included everything because if we're saying that we're not going to disclude any data, we should probably include all of the lines or samples and the hybrids.
So what did you get for your var-s on everything?
632.
Yeah, if you round it.
6.5.
Wonder if I can just paste my little value chart into the... Right there. There's my values.
I'm doing something. I'll look at it in a second.
Well, it's in the chat window, so like...
Okay.
Go at your own time.
So were you guys saying, I got on you guys saying you're not going to be around on Saturday?
I won't be here Saturday night, but I'll be here all Friday night and all Saturday day. And then hopefully I'll be done everything by then so that I can clean my house or something like a normal person does on Sunday.
Normal person? What's a normal person?
None of us.
What time do you think you'll get on here tomorrow?
Me?
Well, we'll have the thing at 4, or I guess 5 your time, with 5:23.
Yeah, well, I'll be on here at 5 o'clock for 5:23, and then...
Yeah.
For tomorrow?
Yeah.
What time will you be on, Cassandra?
I'm Saskatchewan time, so like right now it's 7:30 here. So I'll probably be on one. I'm probably gonna go pick up a huge coffee on my way home. So probably like 5:30 my time. So 6:30 your guys' time.
Okay.
I see what you did. Okay, so you're saying that the variance that we get from the whole lump is your phenotypic variance. Got it?
Yeah, because we decided after much deliberation not to break it into smaller units, because ultimately they are just seeds from the same bag.
Hey, I'm not going to argue.
Yeah, so, and he didn't seem to be really wanting us to, like, pick things apart too much every time we tried to get in-depth. He was like, nah.
I get the feeling that he's expecting this to be easier, and maybe we just aren't smart enough to figure it out yet.
Well, maybe he should have gave us this assignment earlier.
Oh, wow, zing, ouch.
Don't give us assignments at the end. Our brains can't handle it anymore.
I'm with you on that.
And then tell us that statistics don't matter.
Oh, that was awesome. I loved that.
I was trying to make a Facebook post about it, and then I was like, no one will get it.
Yeah.
But I just thought it was so funny that he's like, yeah, all this stuff you're like spending every minute of your life thinking about, just use common sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had sent somebody that I was like, wow, this is motivating me to do my homework and work with statistics right now.
Yeah. Nothing really matters, so, try your best, team. And,
okay.
Expert before you publish anything.
6:30, 1912. Okay, so Cassandra, the number that you gave me for your phenotypic variance does not include the 2 test crosses, or the 2 best lines.
It doesn't, does it?
No.
Mm-mm.
What's your value, Michelle, for all of it? The phenotypic variance.
I bet you I get excluded.
So my phenotypic variance was 632.
And that's,
Okay, I've got 673. Why do I have 673?
I mean, mine is slightly different than what Cassandra posted, because it's 630 Yeah, you have 630. I have 632.1654.
Mine's screwed up.
and that's exactly what I have.
Why is mine screwed up?
I mean, I think it's close enough, because even like the genotypic variance, like I have the exact same thing, and our heritability still comes out to 0.026. So like those last 3 numbers are different, but
He's gonna ding you, you know it.
I'm only rounding to the 3. He'll never know.
Okay, 632. You got 632. Well, I get the feeling. I just count me paranoid. I get the feeling he's going to go, well, did you take the 2 best lines out or not? Because they're not technically being evaluated, because you want to just evaluate the test process and see if there's any additive or any, I know that it doesn't really add, but. Yeah, this is my life. Anyway. Boy, I can't concentrate for more than 3 minutes.
So I guess my question is, how do we calculate the additive variance? Because that would be the only thing that I could do differently. And if I'm doing that, then I think it makes sense to take it out.
I don't think we can. I don't think we can.
Yeah, I don't think we have.
Okay, because go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. I mean, wouldn't we need to be in a further generation to do that?
I think you have to have multiple generations to extract the additive.
Yeah, I guess
That's happening. So you could run a model to get your additive variance, but I'm not doing that unless he tells me to.
Yeah, I feel like we're going to get to that more in ALA 15, but I also haven't dug into that really that much.
I really looked at it.
Okay, I just looked this up just to be quick. Additive genetic or additive genetic variants. Everything here that I'm running across for additive variants,
It's the same thing.
the additive genetic relationship. We don't have any genetic information, so how do we do? You can't do additive, right?
Yeah.
That was my takeaway from it. So then I feel like
Okay, in his notes, genetic variants, covariance, and heritability, that packet, on page 3 it says the additive variance is the variance of breeding values. This refers to the deviation from the mean phenotype due to inheritance of a particular allele and this allele's relative effect on phenotype. We don't have any
allele information, yeah.
Yeah, so there's no way that we can do that.
So yeah, then I feel like the numbers are so close, whether you have the 105 or 104, 105 included or not, I'm not too worried.
Yeah. I mean, I understand your logic. Don't get me wrong. All I'm saying is that in the purity of my heart, I remember that scientific, highly anxious. I can't remember the anxiety portion that we were laughing about. I sit and go, yeah, but it's not perfect. So keep me up at night. You know.
Yeah.
It's like painting a little black dot on a white ceiling in a house and drive somebody bananas. So anyhow, that's just my thought. You're right; it's not really that much different. So then we do. That's the VP.
So are we supposed to do a confidence interval for each sample?
What?
So I was thinking just copying the least, like the LS means, and having those confidence intervals, which would be on a sample.
It says the predicted values.
What am I missing here? Okay, I feel like I'm like 3 steps behind you, ladies.
So you ever taking a break, bud?
Ugh, break my right eye.
On the predicted values of hybrids.
Yeah.
What?
That's what's confusing me. We're not predicting.
We didn't predict anything. I'm going to put that on the board and be like, me?
Yeah, because we're not doing any kind of simulation to figure out what it would be next. We're just using the actual raw data that we have.
Yeah.
Yeah, so my confidence intervals right now are just based off that.
Okay, you just figured out the broad sense heritability. Everything must be high quality, huh? All the data is high quality?
We're going to hope so.
Well, high quality data equals personal choice. Include or do not include sites, cooperators as you decide. That's what he said.
Yeah.
I'm going to say, yep, it's all included. We want all the information we can get so we can see if there's any usefulness to this. So with a broad sense heritability of 0.03, what do you think? Anybody happy with that? Does that sound like a winner for negotiating a line?
I haven't really looked too far at like what values would really be acceptable, I guess.
Yeah.
Like my takeaway, like just from looking at the data, I feel like it's probably not worth getting the landrace if we're not getting better, like an increase in our breeding values, because that's what we're trying to do, right?
You got it.
So
That's what I'm thinking.
I really don't need to look at statistical significance.
I'm thinking 0.03 ain't much of anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's... And even when we did the preliminary analysis, like, nothing
Stood out.
to
Yeah.
suggesting that it might be really valuable, and as we crunched the numbers, it wasn't worth all of the time we spent imaginary crossing all these paths.
Yeah.
Well, I want to know what the setup would be for this. If you're taking one plant and you're crossing it to all the testers, but everything would have probably been planted together, how are you keeping track of that? Or are you putting one seed in each row, every other row?
I would think that you would use the seeds from the lot as the female, and then just have like a bulk pollen source to put on everything. So just like a row of males to collect pollen off of, and then just do like infield bagging and tagging.
Yeah, well, I'm just talking about like where we're taking pollen from one plant and pollinating as many plants as we can. Just the thought of that is just, it seems like a weird layout that you'd have in the field, but it doesn't matter for any of this.
Yeah.
Okay, so I did it without the two test lines in it, and I got a .025. I know you guys were talking about it, but now I've officially done it, Dog.
So relatively the same. It shouldn't impact our decision, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, what I'd say is, yeah, you're getting exactly what we well, we're not going to change our decision based on it.
Yeah.
It's not it's such an astonishing small change that it doesn't make a difference in our judgment.
Nice. So aside from like doing some editing, we're pretty much done this.
Well, except for whatever you posted.
Well, we need to wait for people to respond to that. Like, I don't understand.
Yeah, if somebody throws the wrench into this, then we'll revisit.
Yeah, you know, like I'm willing to save it and look at it later.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not submitting till Sunday night.
No.
I really, you're going to hate me, but I really hope we have an exam next week.
No.
Because I get the feeling that'll be easier to deal with than a couple of ALAs while he's off in California or wherever he's going.
That's true.
Because we'll get Tuesday with him, and then it's like, see ya.
Wouldn't it be worse? Well, I guess the exam, he doesn't usually give us as much information as ALAs.
I get the feeling it's going to be the same either way. I don't care. I'm still banking on maybe he'll give us an exam, and then he'll peter out after 2 weeks too, and he'll be like, we're not doing a fourth exam.
I feel like we wouldn't get quite that lucky. That'd be awesome, though.
I'm pushing for it. You heard me. We're tired. We want the semester to be over.
I know.
My brain can't learn anything else.
Oh, I'm just going through the motions.
Yeah.
I'm sure is evident he's a real smart guy. Well, if we're ready to save this bad boy, put him away for later, do we even want to look at 15, or do we just want to do that tomorrow?
Take a look at it quick.
Yeah, Jock.
I already kind of dove into it a little bit. How did you guys do the confidence interval? Sorry.
So, okay, I did it two different ways. So we have the values, like the upper and lower limits from the LS means, right?
Yep.
So really, we could post that, I think. Or the other way, like in Excel, you can do like the confidence .norm function or whatever. Set
on
your
all the raw data or on the LS means.
I did it on the raw data.
Okay.
To see if it was, and it was a little different. But I just did, so I did it on an entry level, pretty much. Did the, if you do confidence norm, then you set your alpha value, so 0.05, find your standard deviation, and then just your sample size, and that gives you your confidence interval. And then you just add or subtract that to all your means. So
I'm going through it right now. So the alpha was 0.05?
Yeah.
Okay, standard deviation is...
You have to calculate that from your population. I had 20...
Oh, so you had to figure that out before.
Yeah, so and I just did a function, like the standard deviation function of the population.
Alright, just a moment. I am doing this by hand because this is how I learn. Standard deviation of S, and that's on the yield on just the raw, all 6,000 entries, right?
Yeah.
Alright, boy, getting that LS mean stuff didn't do us a dang bit of good, did it?
I don't think we. Yeah.
Well, and that's where I think I'm just going to post the LS means ones with the confidence intervals in there for my question 5.
Because? Do we get the same numbers? Has anybody checked it? That's what I'm wondering.
No. The ones that I calculated are more narrow than what I got in the LS means.
Yeah, and like they wouldn't be the same. They're not really.
Yeah. Okay, so equals.
I'll be right back. I'm going to take my dishes downstairs so I don't hate myself later.
Confidence. There we go. Confidence norm. 0.05 alpha. Standard deviation, what did you put in? 25.103 or?
Yeah, I just clicked on the cell that had my calculator.
Oh, okay, that's a good idea. And size?
The entire population, so 6,300.
So do you put that number in or just click on
the number?
All the way down. So 6181 minus 6180. I'm not using. Okay, but how does it know what to do it on? The alpha, the standard deviation, and the size.
Okay, so let me show you what I have before.
I mean, I've got a number, but...
Yeah. So that gives you...
Weird.
Okay, so that basically is your confidence interval, and then you just add or subtract that from your mean value. So, like, I have my population mean here, subtracted my confidence interval, and then added it, and then I did it for each line over here also, to see what the range would be.
You did the confidence plus and minus all the way down for every single one.
Yeah.
Man, how'd your computer not, like, catch fire?
I work with large files all the time.
Well, that's why you're not scared of this.
Yeah. And then I just did a pivot table also to get the average of each line to compare that to the upper and lower from the LS means. And that's where, like, my values, like, I've got 100.95 to 102, but my LS means values were 97.8 to 105. So that's where I was saying it was more narrow here than...
Okay, well, which one do you think is better? How about that? You've got two different sets, one's narrower than the other. How do you feel about it? Considering the information we got, I'm almost thinking narrower is more accurate. But that would mean that we could use the means rather than the entire population, correct?
Yeah.
Oh, I get the feeling you would, but anyways.
So what does the LS mean give us? Like, that's supposed to take into account, like, the variability that exists, though, right? Versus the raw data?
Mm-hmm.
So that's where I was leaning more towards that. But...
Okay, so... Yeah, can you put that back up? Sorry.
Oh, sure.
My brain is slowly... Row labels, average of yield... Average of confidence, plus and minus. Now that's what you got off of the bar, correct? Yeah.
Yep.
And then next to it,
this area?
Yeah, the blue area. Or is that your raw data?
That is my raw data pivot table.
Okay. Oh, that's your pivot table. Got it.
Except it's apparently broken right now. I don't know why. I did something to break it.
So how did you, I don't even, you know what, I'm just trying to figure out the better information. Confidence. Yeah, I kind of like yours, but here's the thing that gets me. This is the wording that gets me, and this is why I'm pushing on this. He's going, okay, for example, number 3, on an entry mean basis. Place confident intervals on the predicted values of the hybrids. Now, what that tells me is that we want to have individuals, as in line 1, line 2, not all the entries for line 1, all the entries for line 2. So
yeah, so that's where I was gonna post like this, either of the LS means or what I calculated, because then that has all 105 values or lines.
Oh, okay. I thought that was all your raw data over on
No. So all I did is I took this, like what I calculated, and did a pivot table off of it. Was all.
Okay, and how did you calculate all that stuff out? Do you have a code for doing that so that is it the average of each one after you?
Yeah, so in the pivot table, I just set it to the average of all those values by line. So
maybe I should go a step back. Where's your raw data?
So this is my raw data.
Okay, and you calculated your confidence numbers by?
So I had calculated the confidence with the alpha 0.05, my standard deviation, and the 6300.
Yep.
So then I took my yield, and I subtracted my confidence interval, and then I added my confidence interval.
For each one of them,
Yep, so this is my raw data. So then I just created a pivot table, set up my sample, so that's my 105 lines.
Yep.
And that's where I just did
your yield,
my average values of everything to view that. So it just,
got it.
Is a summary of all the raw data.
You are good with this stuff. I can tell you work with this all the time.
Pivot tables, yes.
She showed me earlier this year.
Hey, it's Tyler. How you doing?
Oh, pretty good. How are you?
Doing all right. The question now, I guess it just boils down to this: is do you feel more confident in your calculated confidence, upper and lower, or do you think that the means is good enough?
So what I'm wondering is, I'm guessing the LS means probably just has a lower. Well, no, it does say 95%.
Mm-hmm. The only reason I'm asking, and this is where I was going with this before, is that the predicted value of the hybrids, I'm wondering if that isn't what we get from R, and that because we calculated out the LS means and all that, we get a predicted somehow. Mm-hmm. That's the only place I can feel that we get a predicted. The only other thing is that with these confidence intervals, this tells us plus or minus what we might reach potentially, and nothing is going to stand out more than the last two.
Yeah.
Which are
still the highest no matter what. Like nothing else even
comes. Yeah. They're
maybe
right in there.
Ooh, actually, maybe this line.
Is there a line?
Line 90.
Okay. But is it enough? Because our heritability is so low.
Yeah.
I'm not naysaying, but I'm saying, okay.
But yeah, to have that few.
Yeah, well, and like Dr. Beavis was saying today in yesterday's lecture, okay, what's the chance that we'll see line 90 again?
Yeah.
Is it a rare event or is it normal?
Yeah.
So.
I mean, you get 2 lines out of 103.
That are comparable. They're not even really better.
Exactly. Everything else is not at all better. So if you're really trying to increase your genetic gain, we're not. Is my takeaway.
Okay, I'm gonna do this quick. I'm going to clean this up.
Okay.
So
if I stop sharing, or
yeah, for right now, I wanted to do what you did again myself, but I need to square my crap away here because I've got stuff posted all over the place. units.
Yeah. No problem.
And I think I'll do it. Well, actually, I want to do it with all lines.
Including the hybrids again?
Yeah, well, I'm thinking this. Then you can do that direct comparison. Well, see, that's the thing. How would you do your comparison otherwise? How would you get your upper and lower limits on it without running them separate as their own little subunit? But remember when we did ALA 3, we didn't include, or did we include the tester? We just knew it was there and singled it out. I think we just singled it out. So I'm going to say that Michelle's right and we do all lines. Which means I've got to change my numbers. Just a moment.
Hey, I got a question.
Yes.
What did everybody think about his announcement thing? Did you guys vote?
Yes.
What did he explain it at all? Like what he was thinking?
Just whether we wanted to have a test on Monday and then another one.
2 weeks later?
Yeah, and we would get to write it starting on the 28th.
Well, regardless, we're taking our last exam starting the
28th.
Correct, the 28th.
And we have
But-
to hand it in. That's our last one, no matter what. But we have to decide if we wanted to have a test next week and that week.
And then in between there'd only be 2 more weeks of ALA stuff.
Yeah. Or if we want 3 weeks of ALAs and then a big test. I said a big test, but someone mentioned today, maybe Jacques, that he's going to be gone to California and isn't going to be doing office hours or anything. So maybe it would have been easier to just have it.
Can we just say, can we throw in a contingency?
Oop.
Can we just throw in a contingency that we only want 1 assignment next week?
How about just lectures until the end and 1 exam?
Well,
Okay, Michelle, could you share your page with me again real quick? I want to organize it like you did. So.
the caveat that he threw into that announcement was like, "Oh, we'll cover more material with the certain
I know.
way," and I was
Yeah.
like, "Is that what he's wanting?" Because
Are you threatening us? Or?
well, it's like that's the way I took it. Is like,
Well,
He
not that
probably
page,
wants-
Michelle.
This one?
he probably
Thank
wants
you. Yes.
to cover more information, and so he's more likely to be relaxed on us in the test.
That's what I was hoping.
Yeah, because there'll be more stuff to touch on, so less details to obsess over.
Yeah. Good luck thinking that. I don't believe that.
Or we could say we want to do less learning, and then he'd be harder on us. He would throw more caveats in there.
Well, it depends on what you mean by less learning. You know,
We said we wouldn't cover as much material.
Yeah, but he's already kind of saying we're not going to cover as much material. Period.
So, and that was my fear that he was going to, like, even when he was talking about it, like, we wouldn't cover things as in depth, but are we still going to test us like we should have learned it?
Yeah, stuff like that bothers me.
Yeah.
I get real queasy.
Yeah.
All right, I'm checking numbers. Oh, crud.
What's up?
Sorry this has taken so long. I've got to change my ANOVA numbers because I based all those on. Yep, just a moment.
So
But you've got this all down, right, Tyler? You've got all the answers. Or Taylor?
no.
Tyler.
So-
Tyler.
Haven't even started.
Oh my God, Tyler! I swear. No, I've got a nephew named Tyler too, and so I'm like, he's not. Is he the same as my nephew, or he's not the same as my nephew?
That's okay.
No, it's that.
Trust me, at a work, I hear worse. So,
well, coming, yeah, I mean, Jacques, yeah, that's even more.
At work, sometimes my last name is Boubay, B-U-B-A-Y.
Oh, it gets better. I lived in South Dakota, and in Wagner, South Dakota, they have a store there, and that's how it's spelled. I just texted it, right? How would you pronounce that?
Boucher.
Everybody else in with that?
Well, let me look.
Probably the same way.
Okay.
Okay, this is funny. You guys will like this. This is South Dakota, right? So
Boucher?
yeah, so they pronounced it Bowie.
What?
Bowie. Yep. It's Bowie's, and it's a family grocery store. So it's not like, some weird thing. But then again, it's Pierre, not Pierre, and all the other fun that goes with that. So.
Boobies.
Bowie's. Yep. That is literally what they called it.
Very interesting. It's like in Iowa, we have some towns. Michelle, you probably, you know Nevada. Like it's called Nevada, but they call it Nevada.
Yeah, from there.
Oh, you're from there?
Yeah. My parents still live there. Grew up in Colo before that, but basically right there.
Sorry.
I went to Colodesco. Come on.
Ooh.
Isn't it in Georgia where there's a Cairo, but everyone calls it Cairo?
It is Cairo, yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
but it's spelled like Cairo. Like
Yeah, we've got a station there, yeah.
And then there's Madrid, which is Madrid, like Madrid, Spain, but they call it Madrid.
Yeah.
English people are weird.
Well, yeah, that the joke is that the French explorers went through South Dakota and named everything, and then the Americans, as it were, came in and mispronounced it all.
Lewis and Clark.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. I'm getting there, Michelle. I'm getting there. You have good organization for this. I'm just doing mine in a different order, that's all. So I hope you can handle the fact that I put my VP above instead of below.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I know, I'm a rogue. I just put all this information across 4 different spreadsheets and I think 7 different tabs of all things. So it's, oh dang it! What did I do? I didn't do that right. Change that too. Alright, so I'm just about there. At least to doing the, oh, why did it do that? That's just, sometimes Excel is just weird.
It's a mind of its own.
Yeah, if you want to say that, sure.
I didn't say a smart mind, but...
Alright, so you got 0.026. You pushed everything that way. Okay, that makes sense. Meaning you reduced your significant digits. Can we still say that, by the way?
I don't know.
Ooh, I got 0.027, and I went and did... Oh, how'd you get 632.165? For your genetic... Oh, I bet that's another one of those numbers I gotta change.
I used it from the raw data.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Oh, wait, yeah. Okay, so I changed all my numbers for the... You did the mean square, 1223 minus 220, divided by 60, 6 times 10. Right? Yeah.
That's 16.717?
I got 16.71667.
Okay, yeah, I just changed my digits.
Yeah, okay, so I've got 16.717. So I got that, but my phenotypic, that's what I was going at. I have 630, not 632.
So, Chelsea or Cassie, did you have that too? One of you did.
I had 632.
And I had 630.1. But if I included,
Yeah, I've got 630.2, but
it would be 632. But
Yeah, so I don't know what the difference on the 630 versus the 632 is.
All
Because
right,
if it's just from the yield,
the phenotypic variance is based on what?
I think it's just if you include the hybrid.
Yeah, I want to make sure I have the right number.
oh yeah, so I have the
That's the
hybrids
VAR S, right?
Yep, and I did not remove 104, 105.
Right, I'm just going to recalculate it. I'm going to recalculate it here. Just like you did. So that we get all this squared away. Or I'll be sad because Beavis will knock a point off here and a point off there. That'll be that little black dot on the ceiling. Okay, now I'm at 632.165
Okay.
Yeah,
and
so
.026.
if I include the whole thing, then I get 632.17.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Now I'm getting to the point to where I can start paying attention to what you've got. And is it H equals VGVP or is it H2?
H. The H2 is the narrow sense.
Excellent.
Do that because we do not have the additive.
Exactly. So you calculated out the sample mean. Yeah, standard deviation. Got that. Although the way I put it in there, it's Saint deviation apparently.
Yeah, I did the standard deviation P. I don't know if it matters which function.
That's so funny. The heritability really hardly changes if you include or exclude the hybrids.
Yeah, but now we can. I think we can make a better argument.
Yeah, no, it's fair. I just thought it was interesting that like it's very similar.
All right, so I've got at least. Oh crap! It's just a matter of moving it. Yeah, this is where I'm not. Hold on. Okay, so the sample mean is just the average across all of the yield, right?
Yeah. I don't know that you need it. I had just done it off the population and then each line, and then I got the overall.
I'm just doing it to do it. Now that I've got this done once, I should be able to just call it good, not have to... See, I'm going down the whole stupid line each and every time.
Wait, for... You're not doing a function, or like the...
I'm highlighting it every time instead of I could have just copied the range and I could do all kinds of stuff. Yeah, see, I just did the standard deviation that way, and how nice is that? So the confidence interval is, I know I got it, but confidence norm, 0.05. Standard deviation, and what did you use again? Oh, you used the cell. That's right.
Yeah.
And then there's how many?
6,300
with the others. Now I've got it all on the same page, much better organized, down to 3 significant digits, if that's the safe way to do it. Get rid of that. Now, I want to do the confidence plus and minus like what you did. So that should be simple enough. Equals the cell, whatever that cell is. And then minus the confidence interval. And for that, you want to make sure it's the same cell. And hit return. 71.99. So you use, yeah, that makes sense. Use 2. Highlight that. And then you just ran it all the way down, didn't you?
Yep. Just make sure you have your dollar signs.
What do you, oh, yeah, exactly. Yep. Seriously, you work with this stuff all the time, huh?
Excel, yeah, a lot. All the time.
Well, I was going to say the most data sets, the largest data sets I've ever worked with, I think, are like maybe 200.
Oh, yeah, no, I have larger than that, yeah. The thing that's hard for me on my personal computer is, like, we have, like, a internal formula program. So, like, all the match one update functions you want, like, are just a click of a button.
Okay, I'm going to be a little ticked off here. Apparently, I forgot to do F4 on the stop it. I've got to redo the upper limit because I did not. Put the dollar signs in, just like you told me to. I did the lower, but not the upper. I gotta think that people that work with these large data sets all the time and do this manually have got to go buggy.
Yes.
No one does it manually.
Are you sure?
I used to do lots of things in Excel the hard way until I just got like sick of it and finally figured out ways.
Yeah, I've got a coworker that is a large data set guru, and so I picked his brain for all the shortcuts, and he thinks it's hilarious. He hates Max though. He hates Max with a passion. And guess what I have at work?
Is it a company provided now?
Yes, the University of Minnesota. My boss, huge Apple nut, so that's what I've got. Slow, but now I've got a Mac and a PC. Okay, so I'm at the point where you are with this page. So how do I go ahead and create the pivot table the way you did it? I can do pivot tables, but I want to know how you did it.
So just highlighted everything. All I did was...
Okay, you did not, you big liar. What's with the little arrows? How do you get those?
The arrows?
Yeah, you have sample and then the little box with the arrow down.
Oh, it's just a filter.
How do you get that? It doesn't matter. Okay, you just highlight the...
Yeah, no, all I did was highlight what I wanted, filter,
highlight the column,
and then...
got it.
Yeah, because I had just been, like, I randomly was like, oh, I'll look at line 1 and see what I got.
Gotcha. Boy, you know some of the coolest tricks. Okay, so insert pivot table.
Yep.
Okay, another page.
So yeah, all I did was put my rows as my first column, and then all my values were the average of the yield and the 2 confidence intervals.
Okay, I get a different screen when mine pops up. Doesn't look like yours. It's not a bad thing. I'm just saying I haven't built anything yet either. So sample is rows. And then yield, is that the next one?
Yeah, so I did sample and arose, and then in the lower right corner I did yield and then
And then
confidence.
you changed it,
So
yeah.
both. Yep.
Is it the value? Is it the field settings? Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Average.
Dropped it.
Okay.
Yep.
And then the lower.
Yep, so I did lower on the left because that's how I'd had it before. But.
Yeah, I'm willing to be stupid in this. I know maybe more than I'm letting on, but I'm tired. It's 9:15.
Oh, you're...
Oh yeah, it looks a lot like yours now. Except how come I don't have any cell lines in my? Oh, you don't either. So okay. I'm looking at the pivot table rows, and there's no no lines in them, no graph lines at all. I'm like, that's weird.
Oh, yeah.
That looks odd. So you like those numbers to report as far as the upper and lower confidence levels. Are we going to reduce down the significant digits?
Yeah, I had over here in my first one.
Are you using the grand total?
So I was just gonna post. I was gonna post it by line. That way we had it for every single sample. By line.
Yeah.
Well, no, I was just asking if you had it at the bottom. I know that thing pops up no matter what. Because I'm reducing it down to 2 significant digits. Yeah, you did that. You decided to keep... I don't know why I have a blank at the bottom. That's weird. How do I remove the blank again? You go up there and you remove it from the row label, right? Yeah. Got it. I want this to look just as pretty as everybody else's. At least then, I like the fact that Beavis looks at this stuff. He can be like, we know that which half of the crowd we have here. That makes me feel better, So then, next to it, you put all your other. You brought in all your other stuff. Huh?
Yep. So this was what I got out of R.
Okay, got it. Yeah, that's what I've got. That at least I figured out.
Yeah. So I think either of these values works, or put them both if you want. Be like, I calculated my own.
Yep. I took care of. I got rid of the SE and degrees of freedom.
Yeah, we don't need it.
Yeah. But at least it shows the comparison. Yeah, I know there'd be something if we could figure something cool out between the pivot table numbers where we calculated out and the ones that were calculated by R, and we could explain the difference. He'd probably totally nerd out on us. Maybe he would only give us one exam if we did that.
Maybe.
Yeah, I know. But anyway.
All right. Okay. So you're good?
I'm good. Thank you very much. All I was saying is that if you guys wanted to pop in and take a look at 15.
Yeah, I'll look at it quick, but I'm probably going to head out soon.
Yeah. I mean, I already started is what I'm saying.
So how far are you?
Not as far as we both wish I was. That's what I'll say.
Well, tomorrow's a new day.
Yes, it is.
And I will be so ready to think about dip, stock, corn hybrids.
That's something funny that we could do. It says place confidence intervals on the predicted values of the hybrids. Okay, I placed them there. It doesn't say report them.
If it was due on April Fool's.
We missed our chance.
So, with 15... Basically, I did exactly what Zach reported in the discussion for 15 to decide which of the 3 crosses I would make. That's pretty much it. And then I was getting ready to start doing the simulation, but
First part doesn't look too bad.
Yeah, well, the first question's easy, but then the laughing part that I have is, why in the world did he choose 3 different crosses? He must have more information that he's letting on. Why even ask us for our opinion on what to cross if you're going to...
Change the font on these assignments. I just hate Times New Roman.
That's the stick up, and that's your black dot on the ceiling.
Yeah, well, it's just so curvy. Is the data set the same as... What data?
So
There is no data set. You have to create it.
Okay, that's why to make our crosses, we just
Mm-hmm.
look at those phenotypic.
So here's what I've got for. Okay, I don't know why it did that.
Ooh.
That isn't what I wanted to show you. What is? Okay, I'm officially too damn tired. I did it again.
We can just come back to this on Friday.
There. That's what I have for number 1.
Okay.
You guys like?
yeah.
Not saying it's right. Just saying that's what I'm going with. Tyler, or Zach had the same thing. So.
Yeah, no, I like how you set it up too. I wasn't thinking in a matrix form. I was just like starting like putting it in Excel. That matrix looks much better.
Yeah.
Yay, I did something cool. Okay. So that's where I am.
Alright.
I'm gonna shut R down.
It's like a good start.
Yeah, I feel better than I did driving from today, so.
Oh, real quick.
Yes.
No, Michelle, can you go back to your ALA 14 worksheet? By your sample mean, standard deviation, and confidence interval, you had 2 confidence numbers. I just wanted to double check and see. Was that just plus and minus your sample mean?
Yes. Are you talking this page? Or are you at the other?
I think it's the other one. Yeah, the other one.
You're talking...
Or, yep.
Yep, just the upper and lower.
Yep. Any particular reason, or you just did it out of habit?
Yeah, just habit.
That's you see, that's what I've got to try and figure out is what is habit. Well, that's probably the hardest thing, because with the program that I was in before, and this is what I was telling my boss recently, that basically we were an agronomic program disguised as a research program. we did some light breeding on the side, so to speak.
Okay.
And now it's turning into an actual full-blown, real professional research program. I'm totally out to lunch. Anyway.
Yeah.
Doing research rather than breeding sounds so fun.
I don't know, breeding sounds like it'd be a ton of fun.
Yeah, I kind of think breeding would be fun a little more than, because I'm on the research side, so.
I'm on the breeding side, and like it's nice, but it's all really product driven, and it would be neat to do things that are just like more experimental. Like there's some experimental aspects, but there's none of it, and like maybe more of it's in the States than in Canada. But
do you really, really like hanging off of a limb? Because that's what a lot of research is. It's kind of like, I'll give you the worst example we had, because this always reminds me. So in wild race research, our previous breeder wanted to try and do ring plots. Are you guys familiar with them at all?
No.
Okay, so the idea of ring plots, there's two of them. One is like this curlicue kind of thing where you start from seeds and you do like circles going out and out and out in a, I don't even know what the it's kind of like a little whirlpool, right?
Okay, like a spiral?
Yeah, like a spiral, yeah. So you do a spiral planting it. Well, we weren't going to do that. What ring plot is you plant a certain number of seeds equally in a circle. So we had to come up with a way that we could randomly put 100 seed packets, 100 seeds from a packet in, and get them to disperse out relatively randomly and equally out around in a specified radius. And so we did eventually build this contraption based on a funnel and another funnel and a tube and running seed through it. And then we proceeded to do like 2,500 of these. And it took us so long. I mean, we were all punch drunk, stupid, tired. And the breeder was not, he was pretty uptight, so he was not helping. That's research. And then we're pounding posts into the patties before we could flood them while there's thunderstorms off in the distance. And these are big metal poles. But it's got to be done because we got to get water in the patties. That's research.
Well, in reading work, you do stupid stuff like that too.
Yeah?
Yeah. Because there's, like lots of stuff that needs to be done along the way, whether it's like bagging plants or caging things for pollen isolations or
I suppose,
in a timely manner.
And by the way, those ring plots yielded absolutely nothing. I mean, nothing came of it.
Okay, that's the heartbreaking part.
Not one single line of data. I kid you not.
So you're saying it was worth it?
We have one of those planters still in our storage area, and the guy that retired, who had been in wild race for 47 years, I threatened to bronze it for him, and he threatened to beat me to death with it if I did.
Oh my god.
It was sad. And sad is a nice word for it. Anyhow.
I feel like everywhere you've got some scientists with crazy ideas that if people are willing to do it and they have the resources to, it'll make everybody's life fun.
I'm all for doing crazy, don't get me wrong. I just don't want to do it from
if it makes sense
8 in the morning till 10 at night. Yeah. Well, no, it's just 8 in the morning till 10 at night, and then it's like, yeah, okay, you did what you were supposed to do, not thanks for the extra effort. And also, the theory was a little shaky. How about we do 200 this year as a startup, and then we advance if it's, not go whole hog. Anyway. Gotcha. So did you, for ALA 14, did you just copy and paste all those values, that huge file, into the page?
Yeah. Cut out a couple of those columns, like the standard error and those things.
Okay, gotcha.
Standard error. Oh, from
just the LS means, yeah.
Okay, yeah, I have them kind of like mirroring each other, but I'll move them around when I actually do my pivot tables.
So did you include both of them?
Right now, I'm putting both in, I think. Nothing else, just put a note saying I was curious.
Yeah, that's a good point. I was curious. I'm doing the same thing, so I'm leaving the grand total out though.
Yeah, it doesn't really mean anything in this instance, other than the number.
Yep. How you doing, Tyler?
Slow and steady.
You figuring it out?
Yeah, for the most part.
It makes sense to you? That's the important thing. I'm going to be sassy in my answer for 6. Besides whether you want to negotiate for access to this new source of genetic variability. No way.
You're actually going to put that?
Yep. May not stay there, but I'm putting it there right now. Justify my decision.
I ain't paying money for this.
Yeah. Heritability is very low at 0 point.
I'm not a good enough negotiator to waste
0.03.
negotiating for this.
Well, here's what if I was really sassy, I'd say, okay, I'd negotiate I'd fudge the number, say that this stuff is the next best thing to sliced bread, get them to pay through the nose for it, and then I move into Guatemala. And I quit my job and I'm gone. Oh, and somehow I just got a great job with the Guatemalan government. Yes!
Not very ethical of you, John.
Oh, you know it, but you gotta trade those ethics in at some point in time. You build it all up so you can get you.
Signed a lot of paperwork saying I wouldn't do that.
Well, you work for a company. I didn't sign squat with the university. So, do you think that a value of 15.85 genotypic variance is a very good number?
I don't really know, but I think not.
I see. This is one of the things where I'm kind of hurting the most is I don't really have a gauge to go by for that.
No, and I think that's where we just have to use the other stuff, like the graphs, to support it.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying because I have a note in here that specifically says we're looking for genotypic variability. Well, does 15.85 count as variability? Well, yeah, technically anything above 0. Well, yeah, anything above 0 is variability, but what does it actually mean? That's all I'm asking.
I'm not sure. Sometimes I struggle with that. It's like, so do I want the big number or the small number, though?
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, my genotypic variance is 16.717 now that I've included everything. But anyway. No way, heritability is very low.
I think I'm gonna sign off for tonight. I'll be back on tomorrow.
Yeah, same.
All right, I'm with you. I'll be on tomorrow too, one way or the other.
Right,
Have a good one.
You too.
Have a good one, guys.
Yeah, see you.